So I'll call together the meeting of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee today. And I'm going to start off first to ask members to introduce themselves, starting over to my right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nathan Wadsworth. I represent House District 82, Southern Oxford County.
Good afternoon. My name is Kilton Webb, and I represent House District 98 out of Durham.
Good afternoon. My name is Reagan Paul. I represent House District 37 in Waldo County.
Hi, I'm Chris Kessler, representing part of South Portland and smidgen of Cape Elizabeth. Mark your cards.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Foster from Dexter, the heart of Maine, District 32.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Runte, and I represent parts of the towns of York and Wells and the town of Ogunquit.
Thank you. Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. My name is Melanie Sachs. I represent the wonderful community of Freeport and happy to be House Chair of EUT.
And I am State Senator Mark Lawrence, the Senate Chair of this committee, representing Southern York County, Kittery, Elliott, York, Ogunquit, Wells, Ogunquit, Kittery, Elliott, York, South Berwick, and South Berwick. I used to have Wells. Okay, so we're going to hear some report backs from the Department of Energy. And I do want to compliment Caroline on her socks today. They are great socks. I assume they're for Valentine's Day this weekend. So that's great. And apologize to the DOER because you're going to see members coming in and out. The Senate just got done. Nobody's had lunch. So people are going to be coming in and out, but that's no disrespect to your quality of your report. So why don't you come on up and present your report back on LD 1619 and 1967.
Chair Lawrence, Chair Sachs, members of the committee, I'm Dan Burgess. I'm the Acting Commissioner at the Maine Department of Energy Resources. I'm joined by my colleague, Ross Anthony, the Energy Efficiency Program Manager at DOER. So we are going to be presenting two different reports, of which Ross will be with me for one, and then a couple other great team members from DOER will be up, and GoPIF will be up here for the second one. We have slides that I think have been passed out or will be on the screen soon. You have the slides, all right. So the first slide I just want to talk about very briefly, just to put this report in context, is just a brief mention of the restructuring of DOER from the Energy Office, so you could have the context for that. So as you know, the Energy Office became DOER in September 2024. You will have it in this one with a picture of the State House on the front. There's two different ones. This is the one I'm talking through right now. And we'll hopefully be up on the screen in a second for everybody. There we go. So if you go to the next slide, DOER, as we grew from the GEO and became the department, we have structured ourselves into four different divisions. One is planning and policy. So that is anything from the energy plan to work at the Public Utilities Commission to energy procurements. Supply and security is focused on delivered fuel supply, overall energy supply, renewable portfolio standards, and other matters. That's also where our municipal engagement and a lot of our work on technology specifics lie. Energy efficiency, the team that Ross runs, is focused on energy efficiency in the built environment and clean transportation. And then economy and innovation is focused on workforce, innovation, and economic development. So if you go to the next slide, a little bit of a breakdown. I won't go through each of these, but the team has been very busy getting structured, but also working to meet many of the tasks that we've been directed to by the statute. Planning and policy is beginning our energy plan. We've initiated clean energy procurements. We are running and organizing the transmission stakeholder group. We actually have a new RFP out on the street right now to help us design the front of the meter distributed energy resource program, and we're administering a $6 million plus grid resilience grant program. Supply and security is working on our state energy security planning. our fuel cost reporting. Again, we'll have a report on Reggie to you all and ENR soon, I think by March 15th. We're also required to do an update on the RPS report, which is due at the end of this year. Actually, it's due in early January, but we're going to try to complete it this year on the costs and benefits and potential reforms of the RPS. We're talking about the Home Energy Navigator program today. And then we have two different studies on specific technologies per LD 300, one on hydropower. And then importantly, related to today, we've been asked to do a geothermal power study. What we're going to talk about today is geothermal heating and cooling. So those are two different studies. We've talked a lot about the winter heating guide, but also Ross's team doing leading by example work and clean transportation work. And then again, this networks report we're talking about. And finally, the legislature has directed us to do a number of different things related to workforce and innovation. Again, the kind of infrastructure financing, this renewable energy tax study, which we're required to do, and then multiple grants and work. So hopefully that puts some of this that we're going to talk about today into context. We're happy to come and talk about any and all of these topics as you would like, either formally or informally. But that is what some of the overview of the new department and work we're doing to put this into context. So with that, we'll turn to the other slide deck. So 1619. So this report was per resolve, directing the Energy Office, now DOER, to solicit information on thermal energy networks through an RFI, to then review that RFI and put that into a report. So there wasn't new funding provided to the office to do this, or a expectation, I think, of any sort of technical review of thermal energy networks and comments received. But we did put out this RFI. We, in consultation per statute with Efficiency Maine and the Public Advocate, we submitted this to the committee on the 15th. And again, the goals was to solicit information on existing pilots, get comments on feasibility in Maine, understand what information is available for costs, workforce, grid impacts, emissions, and affordability. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Ross Anthony, who led this report, and we will take a couple breaks for questions, but I'll turn it over to Ross.
Excellent. Thank you, Dan. Good afternoon. My name is Ross Anthony, and I serve as the Energy Efficiency Program Manager with the Maine Department of Energy Resources. So now that we have reviewed the broader context, I'd like to begin by grounding us in what a thermal energy network, or a TEN, is. A thermal energy network is an interconnected low-temperature water loop serving two or more buildings. Each building uses a water source heat pump to extract or to reject heat from the shared loop. Water circulates between buildings year-round, extracting heat during the winter, rejecting heat during the summer, which allows the system to provide both heating and cooling benefits. Some primary thermal sources can include geothermal borehole fields, ground loops, wastewater from buildings, wastewater systems, or industrial processes. TENs are different from traditional district steam or high-temperature hot water systems. Rather than generating a high-temperature steam centrally, TENs rely on distributed heat pumps at each building. This enables flexible and lower emission operations. Networked geothermal is one example of a TEN, but TENs are broader and more flexible than traditional geothermal systems because they can integrate multiple thermal sources. On this slide, I did include a visual of what a potential TEN schematic could look like, showing a variety of thermal sources. We see in the middle, the central plant with geothermal borehole fields. On the bottom right, a sewer water heat exchange, and in the bottom middle, a wastewater treatment plant with a district heat exchanger. In this particular diagram, there are three sources of thermal, and it's serving a multitude of buildings. These are just an example. It can take many different forms. It can serve a campus, a neighborhood. So this is just an illustrative example. Next slide, please. Building on that definition, looking closely at some of the types of thermal sources and system design options. TENs can incorporate multiple thermal sources, as I mentioned, including geothermal wells or bore fields, surface water such as rivers or ponds, waste heat from buildings, industrial processes, or wastewater systems. System design is highly site-specific and depends on the demand density, the building proximity, and available heat sources. Design options can include a closed loop or an open loop system, have single or multiple heat sources, and can integrate thermal storage for peak load management. TINs can serve both new construction and retrofits. However, retrofits often require additional engineering such as piping upgrades, heat pump replacements, permitting, and or right-of-way coordination. For example, waste heat from a manufacturing facility could potentially be used to heat, let's say, a nearby office building, just illustrating how site-specific characteristics and opportunities shape the program design. Before moving on to what we heard from the RFI process, are there any questions about TINs?
Are there any questions from the committee about TINs? Right ahead.
Thank you. With that context, I'll briefly summarize the RFI process and who provided input. The RFI was developed in collaboration with the Office of the Public Advocate and the Efficiency Main Trust. The RFI was issued on September 18th and responses were due on October 17th, so just shy of a month. We received 10 responses from a variety of agencies, including consultants, engineering firms, labor and workforce organizations, Efficiency Main, as well as technology providers and developers. The RFI requested detailed information on technical feasibility, costs and life cycle considerations, grid impacts, workforce needs, emissions implications, and lessons from pilots and other states. And the following slides will summarize the themes raised in those responses. RFI respondents pointed to experience from other jurisdictions to help inform Maine's understanding of TIN deployment. Respondents noted that TINs are operating in a couple of U.S. states, for example, New York, Massachusetts, Minnesota, and California, and they are operating internationally in Denmark, Sweden, and Japan. The applications identified in the responses included university campuses, military bases, and downtown districts, with respondents citing reported outcomes such as 10 to 30% lower energy use compared to conventional systems and 20 to 50% emissions reductions. Denmark was frequently referenced as an example of district scale, low temperature systems operating at scale. And respondents also noted that US pilots are generally smaller, but have demonstrated measurable operational savings. Challenges identified in responses included high upfront capital costs, permitting complexity, metering and ownership structure questions, as well as design complexity and unclear regulatory frameworks. Turning specifically to Maine, RFI respondents offered perspectives on where TINs may be most feasible. Respondents indicated that TINs are technically feasible in Maine and identified available thermal resources such as geothermal and groundwater, surface water, and recovered waste heat. According to responses, the most suitable locations may include campuses, hospital complexes, town centers, and dense mixed-use developments. These environments were described as offering the building proximity and load density needed for cost-effective networks. Respondents generally suggested that TINs are less suitable in dispersed rural areas, though feasibility depends on building clustering, load density, and thermal source availability. Retrofit applications were described as possible, but potentially requiring additional pipework, heat pump upgrades, permitting, and right-of-way coordination. And some respondents suggested that load density mapping or site screening tools could prioritize potential pilot locations. Cost and affordability were recurring themes throughout the RFI responses. Respondents consistently identified high upfront capital cost as a primary barrier, even where life cycle savings may be favorable. According to responses, costs vary widely depending on building size and type, existing infrastructure and retrofit needs, system design such as single zone, multi-zone, or district level, and local labor and permitting coordinations or conditions. Respondents noted that over time, systems may benefit from reduced maintenance, equipment longevity, and lower operating and energy costs. Several responses emphasized that cost effectiveness improves with multi-building networks and consistent demand. Support mechanisms referenced in the responses included federal tax incentives under the Inflation Reduction Act. So for example, Section 48, Efficiency Main rebates and programs, thermal energy investment program loans, inclusive utility investment approaches. And respondents suggested that pilot projects could provide Maine-specific cost and performance data. Next slide, please. Beyond cost, RFI respondents provided comments on potential grid and emissions implications. The respondents noted that TINs may support load smoothing by reducing winter and summer peaks and shifting electricity consumption through thermal storage. Responses indicated that compatibility with renewable energy sources such as wind and solar was possible and feasible. Emission reduction, according to respondents, depended on electricity generation mix, system efficiency, network size, and building density. Some respondents suggested that TIN deployment could help avoid or defer certain generation, transmission, and distribution upgrades. And integration with storage and demand response was also described as potentially enhancing grid reliability and decarbonization benefits. Next slide, please. RFI respondents also addressed workforce needs, ownership structures, and regulatory considerations. Respondents identified workforce needs including skilled trades, heat pump technicians, engineers, and system designers. Training, certification, apprenticeships, and pre-apprenticeships were frequently cited as important for quality and for safety. Ownership models discussed in the responses included private developers, public-private partnerships, utility-owned or cooperative-owned models. Respondents emphasized that ownership structure affects risk allocation, cost recovery, and long-term maintenance responsibility. Permitting pathways, right-of-way considerations, and cost allocations were described as areas where additional clarity could reduce friction for early pilots. And last slide. Based on the information we received through the RFI and the requirements of the resolve, we developed the following recommendations. While TINs show potential, information gaps still remain, particularly regarding cost, best practices, and cold climate performance. The report's broader recommendations focused on continued evaluation and structured learning before considering large-scale deployment. These include continuing to build the information base before broad program development, engaging experienced implementers, particularly in cold climates, differentiating between new construction and retrofit applications, clarifying coordination, permitting, and cost-sharing considerations, preparing the workforce through early alignment of training and credentialing pathways. In addition to those broader recommendations, we propose as next steps to monitor and engage with existing projects in Maine and New England. For example, the Root Institute in Portland's new campus has a new construction single user project serving a single campus. And in Framingham, Massachusetts, there is an ongoing retrofit project serving a wide variety of buildings, including residential, commercial, and municipal. These projects can provide insight into both new construction and retrofit applications, as well as single-user campus systems and multi-user networks serving residential, commercial, and municipal buildings. We propose to meet with the implementers and developers to gather additional operational cost and program design information, and to take these learnings and report back to the EUT with findings. This approach allows Maine to remain engaged and informed while minimizing near-term financial risk and grounding future decisions in real-world experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross, and be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Runte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it fair to say that at this point, what you all are saying is we need to do more data gathering before you look at anything specific like a pilot, for example?
Yeah, Representative Runte, thanks for the question. I think that's fair. I'll let Ross weigh in. I think as he ended with, there's obviously work happening in Massachusetts on these projects, and then the project at the Root Institute privately funded, and so those are going to offer good lessons learned. I also say that there's clearly an interest at the federal level in advanced geothermal. I think a lot of that is focused on the power side, but there could be opportunities for engagement with the federal government on heating and cooling as well. But
Yeah, thank you for the question. I would agree with what Dan just said. In addition to the projects that are ongoing in both Maine and the New England region provide a lot of different applications of TINs, both in new construction and in retrofit applications, as well as different pathways and building types that would certainly inform pilots in Maine. So yes, agreeing with Dan's perspective there, just adding a little bit of additional information.
Other questions? Representative Runte.
Yeah, I think you mentioned is with next steps, is DOER going to, I know you're going to monitor, but how much further beyond that are you all likely to do in terms of advancing the state of knowledge and letting perhaps us know at some point when it might be time to look at something specific in the way of a small pilot?
Thanks, Representative. I mean, I think this in a way concludes the statutory obligation for this report. And obviously, I think the legislature can, or the committee can put out, legislation if they want it. I think we're committed to continuing to engage with those projects. And if there's, whether it's through working groups or regular meetings with the key partners, we're happy to do that and see some interest in it, particularly as the main project gets underway. So we could provide written feedback upon request. And I also think, again, the kind of ongoing geothermal power will help inform some of the work too.
Representative Runte.
I just have two more. One is, it doesn't appear that there's anything necessary that you need in the way of legislation to do what you're already planning to do. I just wanted to confirm that and also find out when you might be in a position to perhaps offer an update. And the second question goes to this glaring thing to me, and that's, is there any indication at all as to why you got zero response from utilities in the request for information?
Thanks, Representative. I don't think we need additional statutory authority to continue to do what we're planning to do. So I agree that we're happy to provide updates whenever this committee would feel appropriate, either formally or informally throughout, whether that's to the end of the year or early next year. I think we'll want to continue to engage on this. With regards to who responded, I mean, I think we sent this out quite widely publicly, sought input from as the legislation asked us to, experts and otherwise. We got good feedback there, but we did not receive input from the utilities, and that may go to their level of interest, but it's unclear. There's also a future of gas proceeding, which at the PUC, which I know is somewhat related. So maybe attention was taken there, but that's what we got back.
Other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Where do you see this fitting into the 2040 emissions energy plan?
Thanks, Representative. So the 2040 emissions targets. Well, I think if you look at the Climate Council's climate action plan, you see the built environment is something like 30% of the emissions for the state. I think, efficiency main housing have really robust programs to implement and help us meet those targets, from weatherization, heat pumps, heat pump hot water heaters. I've welcome my colleagues from Efficiency Maine to expand. They have incentives for individual geothermal programs, right? There's something like 25 or 30 rebates a year, which get rebated for single home implementation of rebates. And so I think it's something we should continue to keep an eye on as it becomes more cost effective. So I'd say it's something we want to continue to monitor.
Yep. Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Kessler.
Thanks. You had mentioned in earlier slides about the high upfront capital cost problem, and I was wondering, I'm thinking of the Massachusetts case in particular, but could you explain to us exactly, how that looks relative to new construction or retrofit project that uses more readily available heat pump technology?
Yeah, at this point, the Massachusetts project has been underway for several years and has had several cost estimate revisions. The most recent cost estimate is over $27 million, serving about 30 or so residential houses with about 5 or so commercial and municipal buildings. These municipal buildings vary in sizes. In terms of a comparison against a new construction, Unfortunately, there is not a lot of data in the New England region for application of TINs and new construction. So that's why we have our attention on the project that is ongoing at the Rue Institute and their new campus in Portland. They are implementing about 83 wells that are 800 feet deep, serving a wide variety of buildings. Currently, no, we do not have cost estimates on that, but we are hoping that once that project is implemented, that we can engage with them and talk about how their project performed, how their project is going, operational costs and the upfront capital, and compare that to other ongoing retrofit projects.
Representative Kessler, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for this report. The Honorable Chad Grignon, formerly of this committee, has Pine State Drilling in Athens, and I know even back when he was here, they're involved in that. Did you get any information from him, or if not, I'd suggest he is, I don't know what he's up to for size and projects now, but he did a lot of residential work. I think, I know he and I talked about possible projects.
Thanks.
Curious.
Thanks, Representative. I was thinking about that too, and I'm not sure that he responded specifically, but we'd be happy to reach out to him. And I think particularly on the single family too, the kind of well drilling there. But
Yeah, and just to expand a little bit on the responses that we received, at the end of the report, we do have all of the responses in full included in the appendix. So you can read through what all of our respondents said about TINs.
Representative McIntyre, then Representative Runte. Anyone else? Going once?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You indicated 35 wells at 800 feet.
Thank you for the question. 83 wells at about 800 feet.
800 feet. Do you have the average temperature at that depth?
At that depth, it tends to be about 55 degrees year round, which could provide a thermal mass of warmer than ambient air in the winter and vice versa in the summer when underground would be cooler than the ambient air temperature. Again, providing both the heating and cooling aspects for the building.
Thank you.
Representative Runte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In at least the survey that you took and the various projects that are out there, was there any dominant ownership model in terms of how these things get implemented, or was it just kind of across the board?
Thank you for the question. It varied widely based on the respondent, based on the project that they would be talking about in various jurisdictions. So we were fortunate that we had a wide variety of different applications of TINs, but we still do not have enough relevant information to the specific Maine region for further recommendations.
I would also just add to that. I mean, I think in the page 17, 18, 19, there was a, kind of those lists of different types of 10 pilot projects. So if there's specifics that folks would like more information on, we'd be happy to go in. I think the Framingham one is a utility led or at least utility partnership, whereas others were more campus or private.
Any other questions? I think Representative Warren is online and has a question.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. And thank you for being here for the presentation. I wanted to follow up on Representative Webb's question around the relationship to the energy plan and our different emissions goals. Could you speak a little bit more about when you say you'll continue to look or monitor or have sort of information? I guess I want a little bit more about how you would consider moving forward with a pilot, for example. What would be the types of considerations that you would look at? And then more broadly, if you're looking at this, if you feel it is a place where a lot of education would be needed, how do you decide where to invest different resources absent legislative directive in order to get us to our goals faster or more cost effectively? Can you just talk through where you go from here?
Thanks, Representative, for the question. I think my answer on the, kind of how we meet the 2040 targets was really, the broad understanding that, those emissions from the building sector are 30%. And there's categories of actions within the climate action plan that the Climate Council has set to get at that 30%. I'm not aware that thermal and energy networks are mentioned in the previous plan. Most of the focus has been on, other technologies. That being said, we were asked to do this RFI. I think respondents, as my colleague mentioned, was that they are reporting emissions reductions and lower energy use, but it's not a full kind of cost effectiveness test of, let's say an air source heat pump versus a thermal network. So I think we would consider to continue to look at the technology as it advances, look at lessons learned from other jurisdictions, look at opportunities for federal funding, and then for our energy plan, which we'll be starting this year, that's going to look at the most kind of cost-effective resources to help us meet our goals, short and long term, but we'll also point to the opportunities for innovation as well.
Other questions? You still have your hand raised, Representative Warren?
Yeah, could I have a follow-up?
Sure.
Thanks so much. So I guess to put a fine point on it, it sounds like there's not anything specific that would be some type of trigger here, but that broadly speaking, you are kind of looking to the energy plan, and otherwise it seems like you're making some indications that this technology or this kind of field is just not in your direct purview, and to otherwise look at maybe other entities that are dealing with this more directly. Is that a fair understanding? I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Yeah, thanks, Representative. I think, it's there's not current funding available in Maine to support a thermal energy network or pilot, though I guess as I say that, I think Efficiency Maine does have custom programming available. There's just not been one that's moved forward. So it hasn't proven to be necessarily cost effective from that perspective. That doesn't mean it won't be in the long term. So I think from our purview, the technology shows promise. There is private investment happening in the state right now. So we want to continue to learn from that, both here in Maine, but then also what's happening around us to inform the work, or other policies or programs that we might want to move forward in the future.
Other questions, Representative Warren? Okay. So is it the desire of the committee to do where we're allowed to report on a bill on this report? Is it a desire of the committee to report on a bill? Show of hands, anyone in favor of reporting on a bill? Yes, Representative Runtang.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would recommend not at this point in time. I
Okay.
think, I think there's a lot of information that still needs to be gathered. I'm not sure we're even in a position to do something concrete like a pilot. And if you look at some of the other pilots, yes, there's some that are privately funded, but if you also look at one of the most prominent ones that everybody's looking at, it's an electric and gas utility, and it's the gas utility side that's quite interested in this. There are approaches that could be taken, but I don't know that we have enough, frankly, justification at this point to really do anything concrete other than continuing the process that DOER is already involved with in information gathering.
Show of hands, is there anyone who wants to report on a bill? Okay, I'll conclude there's no one who wants to report on a bill. Go on to the next report.
Thank you, Ross. If it's okay with the chair, I'm going to invite two other colleagues up to help me with the next report. So we are.
Sure.
Okay, come on up.
Come on down.
Come on down. So I want to welcome Molly Siegel from the Governor's Office of Policy Innovation in the Future. Molly is the Buildings and Leading by Example Policy Advisor for that office. And then also Cy Coffey, who is an energy fellow for our office that has been, we're lucky enough to have had with our team from the Federal Department of Energy. And so Sai's been with our team for a year and a half now, I believe. So, and I'll introduce this report, and then Sai and Molly were really critical in helping with this process. So LD 1967, we were directed to the resolve asked us to design a home energy navigator and coaching pilot program. Where again, we weren't provided direct funding to undertake this work or direct funding to implement a pilot, but really to look at if we were going to have a pilot program for energy navigators or energy coaches, what would that program look like? So the statute required DOER and GOPIF to lead this effort in coordination with Efficiency Maine, the Maine Office of Community Affairs, and Maine Housing. Work closely with those entities during the process as a general steering committee to iterate our proposal, and appreciate their support. So the report that you have before you from February 1st was a description of the design, a description of the pilot design options, description of the technical assistance and materials which could be provided. We attempted to put an estimate of costs and then target metrics and proposed timelines. So we'll walk through those briefly. I do want to say that there's multiple avenues of what a pilot could look like depending on financial, or how a program would be funded and what that looks like. I think in the absence of extensive funding, that we're kind of recommending, and you'll see this throughout at least some technical assistance and resource hub. But before I get to the end, why don't I go ahead and turn it over to the team to talk about the report.
Can you hear me all right from over here?
Yes, we can, but if you'd slide over a little bit more and get rid of Dan.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence and members of the committee. I just want to, so my name is Molly. I'm a policy advisor for GOPIF focused on buildings and lead by example. And I worked on putting this report together alongside Sai and folks from Efficiency Maine, Maine Office of Community Affairs, and Maine Housing. So just to set the scene, when we talk about energy coaching and navigation, we're talking about a wide range of activities that are meant to help people access rebates for energy efficiency, information, and other programs to help them meet their energy needs. So this support can look like a number of different things. It can be individuals helping their neighbors and community members through, maybe they're going into their homes and doing home assessments. Maybe they're fielding questions via email or phone, or they're at community events helping people to understand their options and sign up for these energy assistance and energy rebate programs. The pilot directed us to design a program that would provide community-based energy coaching services. So you'll notice throughout the report that we've focused on approaches that are different based on whatever community you're living in, with the knowledge that maybe a statewide approach isn't necessarily going to look the same in every community throughout Maine. The resolve also asked us to design a program that would help people to access rebates, grants, and other energy assistance programs. So you can think about Efficiency Maine's programs, Maine Housing, the Weatherization Assistance Program, Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program, and then a number of other programs that might be out there. There's a lot of options. Energy coaching aims to help people understand those options in a low barrier setting. We were also asked to design a program that would help people find ways to specifically reduce their heating and cooling loads, and then to help review and understand information that they're receiving from contractors and sort of sort through all of the different options and the information that they're receiving. So in short, energy coaches are people who are knowledgeable and they're trusted. They might be located within the community that the individual and the household is in. They might be going into homes. They're not contractors, and Sai will talk about this more in a minute. They might be volunteers. They may be paid a little bit, but they really are just knowledgeable and trusted individuals that are giving folks maybe an extra push that they need to make important home improvement decisions. Next slide, please. So energy coaching is happening in Maine already, although it's typically on a small and local scale. So we heard from folks all around the state town energy committees, nonprofits, community action agencies that are doing energy coaching on a local level. The community action agencies have been doing this for quite some time as part of the way that they support families and individuals through whole family coaching. So one of the topics that they help people with is sort of behavioral interventions to reduce their energy needs. And they also might provide some low cost or no cost interventions to actually help reduce energy needs within the home. We talked with some folks from towns that are doing energy coaching. Some of these are funded through the Community Resilience Partnership at MOCA. So there is activity. I would say that one of the reasons why this committee asked us to look at a pilot is because there is no statewide or standardized approach yet. It's really just happening on this small and grassroots scale. So one of the goals, I think, of designing this pilot was to think about, anecdotally, we hear that this is going well in communities, but we don't yet have the metrics to understand the impact and how it is actually helping folks to reduce their energy needs. And then also to focus on expanding to more regions of the state. You can see that of the existing energy coach activity that we uncovered through this research, a lot of it's happening in the southern and coastal areas. And it would be really nice to be able to see different approaches in parts of the state that don't already have this activity. So you can go to the next slide. Just in terms of our process, we went out and talked to a lot of different people. Over the course of 6 months, we spoke with folks from the community action agencies. We talked with folks that are running these existing volunteer energy coaching programs, these sort of neighbor to neighbor initiatives in places like York, Camden, and Rockport, and Mount Desert Island. We heard generally from folks that, and so in addition to having all these meetings and conversations, we also did a public comment period that was through the Department of Energy Resources website. We heard from about 30 people. You can read in the report, we have a summary of all of the comments that we received through the public comment period and the conversations that we had with folks. Generally, we heard that some level of state coordination and support would be helpful at any scale, but that it should still allow for these individual approaches based on what town you're in. So folks said, we appreciate some level of help, whatever, however much it is. And, you know, there should be some ability for towns and for communities to decide exactly how that program is structured in their town. We also heard just generally that, you know, folks, we presented a couple of different options, and Sai will show you those. People generally expressed enthusiasm for what we're calling proposal 1, which is a little bit more of the full-fledged resource intensive proposal, but that the proposal 3, which was more around technical assistance and resources, would still be really useful if there's not widespread funding for this. I will say we heard, I think there was a middle proposal that we'll talk about. There was some concern around that one that utilized sort of Service Corps or Climate Corps members, just because folks have some perceptions around the limited time frame that a service member is in a community. So again, you can read the full summary in the report, and I will pass it on to Sai to talk more about the specific proposals.
Great. Thanks, Molly. Thanks, Chair Lawrence, members of the committee. Pleasure to be here. I think as Molly noted, we wanted to present within the report a kind of menu of options. We both included this in order to help us solicit feedback during our kind of public engagement period, but also because we wanted to present what a program could look like kind of at varying funding levels to show what different resources can kind of capture within energy coaching programs. And I think each program is also designed to kind of alleviate a certain pain point that stakeholders witnessed within kind of their current implementation of energy coaching programs. So I'll start on my left, which is the dark blue box. We're calling it the Energy Coach Grant Pilot. We apologize for not getting more creative with our naming there. And this creates a program wherein the DOER would release a request for applications with kind of some consultation with GoPIF and Efficiency Maine and Maine Housing and MOCA to fund one project from 2 different tracks of funding. We found that there were kind of 2 primary pain points, and one of them is that existing programs need additional resources to sustain and grow their current programs. And then areas in the state that might lack capacity to develop their own programs need staff or support in order to get programs off the ground. And so tracks 1 and 2 within this proposal are kind of designed to meet both of those needs. Track 1 here funds one coordinator to support existing programs to serve multiple communities with an energy coaching model, very much modeled off of the volunteer-based peer-to-peer energy coaching that is happening in York and is being proposed kind of on Mount Desert Island. While track 2 instead funds 2 full-time energy coaches, wherein these individuals would conduct the energy coaching, and this is designed to meet the needs of communities that might not have the either capacity or kind of engaged volunteer base to support a kind of cohort of energy coaches. And I think that's kind of the key distinction between these two tracks is just the coordinator versus coach position. We put an estimate on the cost here of around $715,000 for a 2-year pilot. And that's primarily for the kind of staff time and the 1 full-time energy coordinator for track 1 and then the 2 energy coaches for track 2. There would also be some outreach funding within both of those grants, and volunteer reimbursements would be an allowable expense, particularly under track 1 there. We also included target metrics in fulfillment of the resolve, and these target metrics we derived from the kind of realized metrics for energy coaching programs in New England and in Maine. And we're happy to dig into those if that is of interest. The second model that we looked at is, as Molly mentioned, the Climate Corps Coach pilot, and this leverages a kind of Maine Service Fellows approach to energy coaching, wherein Volunteer Maine would administer this program and support 6 Climate Corps members being placed within very small and rural communities across the state to serve as energy coaches. And so these Climate Corps members would receive training and administrative oversight from Volunteer Maine, and then would serve 11 or 22-month terms within those communities. The funding here would be for 1 full-time Volunteer Maine staff member to manage this program, and then stipends for the Climate Corps fellows. And the third proposal, which we're going to touch on a little bit more on the next slide, is a resource hub pilot. And this is where the Department of Energy Resources would host kind of standardized resources to support organizations that have programs or are looking to implement their own programs. We included a range of funding here just based on how robust this resource hub is and kind of how much staff time and engagement is used to develop resources, or if consultants are used to kind of come in to help support the resource development, or if there's kind of an independent web page that is hosted to fulfill this. And so moving on to the next slide, Caroline. While the third proposal focuses exclusively on a resource hub, there is some level of standardized technical assistance materials that would be present in all 3 of those pilot proposals. And I think it's also important to note that there are entities that are currently consolidating resources around energy coaching technical assistance, including the New England Energy Efficiency Partnership, or NEEP, and A Climate to Thrive on Mount Desert Island through their Local Leads the Way initiative. And so any initiatives on behalf of DOER or GOPIF to consolidate resources would be in close coordination with these entities already kind of working within that space. Our conversations with stakeholders revealed kind of 3 key buckets of technical assistance resources that are needed. The first being program materials, which are materials needed to start and administer an energy coaching program, including kind of boilerplate legal disclaimers and program design and metrics. And the second being technical assistance materials, where we would work very closely with Efficiency Maine and Maine Housing to ensure that we're presenting their up-to-date program offerings and including kind of basic heat pump and other energy efficiency materials to be used in training these energy coaches. And then the third bucket are some more kind of soft skills focused on how to effectively engage with residents and provide customer support. And then moving on to the next slide, Caroline, a large focus of any energy coach program is really ensuring that liabilities are addressed and reduced. And I think that starts with clearly delineating the work of energy coaches. As Molly said, these are not experts, but they are providing advice to residents. And I think that needs to be made very, very clear and is one of the reasons why state coordination around energy coaching can be very beneficial, because then it allows the state to provide some of that template language to ensure that existing energy coach programs and energy coaches are kind of following best practices as they potentially enter residents' homes. And that is why also liability waivers and other resources would be a component of a kind of resource hub if it were to be developed. And then on to the next slide, Caroline. And given that these are pilot proposals, we wanted to address how we would measure the success of this pilot. And I think the key here is that energy coach programs are designed to help individuals who otherwise wouldn't access existing programs to kind of take that next step to receive or kind of take advantage of these existing programs. And so that's why there's also a focus on qualitative metrics here, including standardized exit interviews or surveys of program participants. And as we think about pilot success in any of these pilots, DOER, GOPIF, and the other agencies that helped with this report would monitor the pilot program and then kind of recommend next steps based on some of these metrics included here. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dan to talk about our recommended approach after this report.
Thanks, Molly. Thanks, Cy. And so I think we'll close with the recommendation was that should there be, a fully, program one would have a significant impact, but proposal 3 is a really kind of low cost, low regrets strategy that allows us to coordinate among energy coaching programs that exist to help standardize resources, ease administrative burdens, and evaluate program success. And so I think with that, we're happy to take questions about the report. I want to really recognize Molly and Cy's work for doing a ton of stakeholder engagement and work with folks that are doing this on the ground and bringing this report to you. So with that, happy to take questions.
Yes, thank you both. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Kessler.
Thank you, and appreciate the report. I was wondering, was there any feedback, even just through the grapevine from the contractor community, like what they've felt about this topic at all?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Kessler. We talked during this process with a energy auditor and a couple of contractors and found that when there's kind of a clear distinction around what an energy coach is and the services that they provide, they can be really beneficial in kind of establishing that pipeline to feed into energy auditors and kind of contractors. And so that's kind of one of the key pieces of feedback is that it's helpful to have standardized training for the coaches so that they're kind of presenting best practices to residents, and that when that is clear, then they can kind of play a beneficial role.
Follow up, Representative Kessler. Other questions? Representative Runte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This may be peripheral to what your charter was, but I was curious if you'd given much consideration to the issue of simply the availability of contractors. I know that's been a problem in a couple of programs that I'm aware of. it's one thing to have the coaches, but then finding the people to do the work is another matter.
Thanks for the question, Representative. I think this is a really key part of this and all the related work is energy efficiency contractors and workforce development. I think that and available funds, right? We have kind of efficiency main housing that have limited funding and are often kind of subscribed. And so the energy coaches can help kind of navigate that process, but they're kind of navigating to existing programs, which I think can be helpful, but they're navigating to existing programs. I think we would welcome the opportunity to brief the committee on our energy workforce work that we're doing. We just last month awarded $1.3 million in federal funds for training of residential energy efficiency contractors with 3 different organizations. We have an energy efficiency contractor working group that we meet with regularly to try to understand their, kind of challenges. We've done investments with CEI to do business training. So if you start with a contractor or an energy efficiency company that has 2 or 3 people, we've partnered with CEI to, okay, how do you get to the next truck? How do you kind of grow your business? And so we've been providing support for that too, because I think that's the workforce piece is critical to this.
Any other questions? Representative Kessler?
Yeah, would you say that in the responses, I was looking through the summary of responses, but would you say that it was overwhelmingly in support of proposal 1, but you feel like proposal 3 is the most feasible? Is that what that result is?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think that's a fair characterization, and just kind of given the funding landscape that proposal 3 offers a way to achieve some of the identified or address some of the identified barriers with kind of fewer resources.
Gets us started, I think, and convenes the work that's already happening.
Any follow-up, Representative Kessler?
Would you be so kind as to provide us with some draft legislation to get that program off the ground?
Sure, Representative, we're happy to do that. It may not require draft legislation to move forward. It may just be that we can do this, but we're happy to, or do the kind of coordination of the energy contract, the energy coaching that's already happening for proposal 3. Not necessarily funding for it, but kind of some for it.
Representative Kessler?
That's great news. If there is a financial need that we need to squeeze in the budget potentially, or if there's anything left over on the table, that would be really good for us to set on the table. So
Follow up.
Okay.
Representative Runte?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Who or when, or not who, but when does the decision, have you made the decision, in fact, to pursue proposal 3? I mean, you speak about them as options and ones preferred. When does the choice actually get made?
Thanks for the question, Representative. I think this is, we want to brief the committee as requested and laid out through the process. I also think it's important to note that some of this work is already being funded by the Community Resilience Partnership. There's energy coaching programming that they're funding already, Molly. I don't know if we want to mention that. I think we're seeing momentum behind the proposal 3 to try to convene that community. And so I'm not sure, I think we'll continue to do that. If there's additional funding or funding from other federal sources, which are on our list, we'll keep working for that. But I'm not sure it's I think we're going to do proposal 3 with what we have in some fashion. If there's more funding coming to it or other desires, that's where a decision might come in. Anything you'd say about CRP or?
I think if you look back on the slides, there were maybe 3, actually 2 of those programs have been funded by the CRP. So they have been for the past few years. I think, there's no set amount of funding within the CRP that's going to energy coaching. So it is still competitive, and it's certainly not set aside.
Let me have my back to the side of the room, I'm sorry, but I'll just, the Community Resilience Partnership is a program that where municipalities, apply to through now MOCA for local community action grants related to energy, climate, and some of them have been funded. Coaching programs have been funded through that, and that'll continue to be an available option.
Any other questions? So we had, some Representative Sachs.
Thank you so much for being here. Sorry I wasn't able to be here for some of it. I think what the committee is trying to get at is we have the ability, if we wish, with a majority vote, to report out a bill from this report. And I think indirectly, we are asking you, do you need a bill reported out of this committee to continue the work, particularly for option 3, is what I'm hearing. Clearly, we would need to do one for option 1 if that were the will of the committee, but what about option 3?
Thanks for the question, Representative. I mean, I think if there were to be additional funding to make Proposal 3 more robust would be helpful. I guess what I'm trying to convey is that we will continue to bring, folks around the table and, put resources on our website. If it's going to be a full, Proposal 3, I think more funding would probably be needed. And so I think that 50 to 100,000 is likely what's needed to fully implement Proposal 3.
So is there a wish from the committee to do a bill on this report? Representative Kessler says yes. Show of hands, how many people want to do a bill on this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and no is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No bill. What's that? Oh, Sophie, did you want to vote?
I voted yes to a bill.
Bill, okay, that's 6 to 5. So we will do a bill. So those who want a bill, I suggest we work with Lindsay on that, or Dan. Okay, do you mind having Lindsay come up and take your seat?
Thank you.
Yeah. While we're doing that, Representative Warren, could you come back on? You haven't had a chance to introduce yourself, so why don't you introduce yourself?
Yes, absolutely. My apology. My name is Sophie Warren. I am fortunate to represent a small but mighty portion of Scarborough in the main house.
So all those on your bingo sheet, if you have small but mighty, you can cross that off.
Checked it off myself. Yes.
Okay, Lindsay?
Okay, so I just want to clarify what the committee is looking for with respect to a committee bill.
Representative Kessler, what are we looking for?
Yeah, I would like to have a bill to establish the energy pilot program described in option 3. If there's any additional language that the Department of Energy Resources can help you to draft that would be great. And of course, needing the fiscal note on there to help them get the program started.
So
Does that sound fine from everybody who's supportive of having a bill? Lindsay?
I just want to make sure I understand. So it sounds like from what the department said, there wasn't necessarily a need for legislation. There was a need for additional funding would be ideal. So I think the question would be, is the committee looking to provide any kind of anything with respect to option 3 other than just additional funds to support the ongoing initiatives?
Representative Sachs?
I think if I'm hearing correctly, and please, department folks nod or do something else, an act to establish the resource hub pilot within the Department of Energy Resources, because I understand that the work is going on, but you don't actually have a resource hub pilot, correct? So it would be an act to establish a resource hub pilot within the Department of Energy Resources. And then whatever scaffolding you need. And then, of course, they will talk about the fiscal note with OFPR. So that wouldn't have to be a bill.
This may be a bit of a question for the department, but okay, yes, I will work if it's okay with
You want to work with that on offline?
I can work with the department on sort of what language would establish the hub. I could be wrong, but is the dollar amount, if the committee were to move forward with that language, is the dollar amount variable, or is there a specific dollar amount that the committee would need to include? I.e., should there be a discussion now of what the committee wants to put toward this? Do you see what I'm saying?
So I heard the figure 50 to 100,000, is that right? Or?
Got Representative McIntyre saying not to exceed whatever amount.
Not to exceed 100,000?
There needs to be a boundary
Yep,
based upon the recommendation.
yep.
I would suggest including that language.
Not to exceed 100,000? Does that seem comfortable for everybody? As a start, we're going to be able to come back and discuss this.
Excellent.
Okay.
That is perfect. So I will, and it seems like we've got a vote at this point already on this from folks. So.
Yeah, if you need we need a formal Lynn vote?
No, you do not.
Okay,
So I think we're good on that. So
so
I
we're
will
good
work,
on the regular vote.
and I will work with the department on language and bring that back for your review. And then if it's okay with everyone, then we'll report it out.
Okay.
Great,
sounds
thank you.
good. Okay, we're all done on these two reports. So we can go on to our exciting work sessions.
Been asked to take a quick break.
We can take a quick break. Lindsay, you don't have any language reviews today? Oh, okay. So everybody
Missed
check
them.
off language reviews on here.
Missed it. Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I-
Representative Sachs.
Just for folks who did not know, we will not be taking up 1966 today. That was formally already taken off the work session schedule, but in case somebody didn't see it.
Okay.
So apparently that was part of the joke. Working on something with things. So, are we gonna, are you ready?
Sorry, why don't we have a caucus? We'll actually shoot for 3:05. Okay? We are, do you want to, Lindsay, the schedule for next week is Tuesday and Thursday, correct?
Schedule, we'll be working on that afterwards. I mean, staying the schedule should go out.
And on both days, I believe it's 10 o'clock.
It is planned, as I understand, is 1 o'clock on Tuesday and 10
Good.
o'clock on Thursday.
Okay.
Anyway, this is very good. Cannot be expected to survive this. Were you talking about me? Yeah. Things are pretty cool. Yeah. Right. It's fine. Share.
Okay, I'll call the EUT committee back to order. Do I have a motion to go into work session? Moved by Representative Sacks, second by Representative Sarunte. All those in favor of going into work session? Great. No? Okay. So I just want you to notice, Steve, I have an apple out here and 2 pieces of candy. So that's going to tell which way the work session is going. Just watch which one I go for is going to tell you which way the work session is going and how many questions there are. Okay? Okay. First bill to work on is LD 307, an act regarding energy utilities and technology, which is a very succinct title. And I think it's Representative Sax's bill, who's going to tell us how it's all been changed.
Well, no, we're good.
Yes.
Amendment
Well, it's bill analysis, but I do cover the amendment as well. So you've got, this is an act regarding energy, utilities and technology. This was a concept draft. A sponsor amendment was distributed January 30th to interested parties and the committee. The amendment replaces the bill, which is a concept draft, and changes the title. It requires the Department of Energy Resources to convene the main Artificial Intelligence Data Center Coordination Council to provide strategic input, facilitate coordinated state planning considerations, and evaluate policy tools to address artificial intelligence data center opportunities and related benefits and risks to the state. By February 1st, 2027, the council is required to submit a final strategy report, including findings of its evaluation and recommendations to the governor and the Joint Standing Committee of the Legislature having jurisdiction over energy matters. Committee had a public hearing on February 5th and received testimony. There were many suggestions raised in testimony. I think I can probably not walk through them with you, but there were suggestions related to the duties of this council, as well as additions to the membership, recommendations regarding to expanding public process, and then the committee members asked several questions, and several folks testifying recommended instituting a moratorium on data centers while the group does its work. So just to flag that for you, we haven't received any fiscal information as this was a concept draft. And there were several information requests from the committee. However, all of them have been answered, which is always a lovely thing to see, but I'll stop and see if anyone has questions for me.
Any questions for Lindsay? Seeing none, thank you. Representative Sacks,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
where do you want to go? What do you want to do?
I have an amendment that don't mind walking through for the committee.
That would be
If you'd
great.
like.
Thank you.
And I really, really appreciate all the conversations we've been having as a committee, for those of you who wanted to engage, and and with the public as well. I went through each and every piece of the testimony that came in. And I have sent the committee a list, as Lindsay indicated, of studies in other states, who's on those study commissions, and moratorium that have been suggested, and length of those moratoriums. So you had that in your email. I have to say it was super fun actually to do. And I double checked it with the nonpartisan National Caucus of Environmental Legislators just to make sure I hadn't missed anything. So had an outside nonpartisan double check of the information. So I wanted to note that one of the pieces of feedback we'd had is don't just call it AI data center, just call it data center. So I stuck in the definition that we used in 912, LD 912 last session, just for reference. And so everybody is starting from the same place with an already utilized definition. Based on feedback, we put in just a couple of pieces into the duties, which is not only negative financial effects, but it felt like several people had commented on rate inflation. So we put that in there. Based on feedback from this committee, review of applicability of existing state programs and financial tools, so that we had that discussion around whether Dirigo or the Betty program, or if that's not repealed, or some other programs, tax incentives have been a tool that other states have used, and so wanted to put that out in great relief. On the next page, on number 2, including the use of community benefit agreements because hopefully, again, as we talked about, one of the takeaways would be wonderful if the main Office of Community Affairs for communities who are looking at welcoming data centers to have a template of a standard community benefit agreement. They can use it or not, but to have that resource available to communities. So having that in relief was important. I should have done the tribal representative, and I didn't realize that it wasn't on there the first time. So I really, really apologize for that. That definitely should be on there. Whenever you have municipalities, you should also have a representative from the tribes. And then the big one, which is the moratorium. And so I wanted to put this out there. Folks have talked to me about making sure that the existing project in Loring was not impacted by this. So you can see anything that prohibition provided for in that section should not apply to any permits, licenses, lease agreements, because they've signed a lease agreement, or certifications prior to July 1st of 2026. So I wanted to make sure that was in there. The 20 megawatts, we had proposals of anything from 10 to no, moratorium on everything, to as little as 10, to as high as 100. And so again, went back to what is the problem we're trying to solve? And if we as a community are trying to make sure that the regulatory environment for businesses, for example, or for communities is standardized, things like load, growth, things like resiliency, things like sustainability or environmental impact are going to be the same pretty much no matter what. And so using a threshold that has been used by other states that feels conservative, but yet thoughtful was the reason I put in 20. You'll notice that it goes to 2028. That is because the report needs to come before this committee, February 1st of 2027. That gives time for the 133rd to look at the suite of recommendations, and if it's within separate committees, to enact legislation if needed. Also gives MOCA time, if they wish, to do the template for the community benefit agreement for municipalities to have as a resource, and then be done. So it's shorter than many of them, but there's a reason why I put that date in there. It's so that all that regulatory work, rulemaking if needed by the PUC, whatever it happened to be, that it was thoughtfully done. And then businesses and everybody could know sort of what they're dealing with and have that conversation in a, as you can tell by the other states, ours is actually a far more robust and public facing process than others. And that felt right for me for what we were doing. So I'll end there. Those are the walking through the amendment, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there questions for Representative Sachs, Senator Harrington? Didn't butchering your name.
Just the title. Yeah. Just on the moratorium piece.
Yeah.
I feel like we should be clear that if you'd be amenable to that it doesn't include data centers that are bringing in their own power generation. Because if they have no effect on the grid, why should we be putting a moratorium on them?
Right. And I thank you for that comment. The reason I didn't is because there, as we saw in Lewiston, there are far more factors that the public are concerned about than just maybe what we want to talk about, which is utility, load resilient, grid resiliency and reliability, power supply, et cetera. That there are these environmental factors. In Lewiston, it was light, noise, and emissions that people were really concerned about. And so it's not just about bring your own power.
Then can we add something to the effect of with approval from the local community?
Again, that's why I wanted to make sure that this process goes through without having any of those pieces yet, because whatever one community does, and that is going to impact all these other pieces to it. And that is the reason to have this council. I agree with you that there may be some communities that are fine, but as they saw in Michigan, there are 19 little communities now that are saying no. And I can't imagine what that feels like for business. To have this regulatory environment and the environmental impacts sort of fleshed out and discussed and have a template for that, I think, and some recommendations, I think would be helpful, no matter what size or sort of parameters around it.
Senator Harrington, any follow-up?
Just that there's one particular in my district that's well along in the planning process that this would harm. So that would obviously be a complete deal killer for me.
Yeah, understood.
Not that.
Any other
majority cares.
questions, any other questions for Representative Sachs? Representative Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have missed this earlier, another day, but on number 7, representative of the Maine Municipal Association, can you explain why that you've got that being appointed by the Commissioner of Energy Resources and not by the MMA?
Oh, I'm happy to change it to by their own designation. Usually, yeah. I mean, I've had commissions that are both, that they suggest somebody to the DOER or agency and then they just accept it, but that it officially, because it was commissioner, everything else is Commissioner of Energy, basically, other than a state agency. That was why. Yeah.
Other questions? Representative Webb?
Just a question about that affected data center. Do you know what the size is that we could maybe raise this to where your data center wouldn't be affected?
They're talking 100 to 300 megawatts. And they're bringing in the generation for that.
Yeah, and I completely understand that there are lots of conversations happening for a lot of different people. But I also think that any of that size, there are a lot of different factors that would want to be considered. And we heard that loud and clear from the public. So I completely understand why that would be a concern of yours.
Any other questions for Representative Sachs? Question for Senator Harrington. Out of curiosity, what kind of generation are they bringing in?
It's a hydrogen fuel cell.
Very interesting.
And they've met with the Department of Energy Resources.
Okay, where would people on the committee love to go? Any motions? Any illusions? Senator Harrington? How kind of you. Any other motions? Motion? Senator Harrington?
I would like to move ought not to pass.
So it's been moved ought not to pass, seconded by Representative Paul. Debate or discussion? Senator McIntyre.
Well, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Representative McIntyre.
Thank you for the implied promotion. Representative Sachs, I thank you for starting the conversation, and I thank you for continuing the conversations at the Horseshoe and away from them. I really wanted to support this. And I think this sends exactly the wrong market signal in a moment of need for this state in terms of macroeconomic development and opportunities. I have looked at AI since the inception and in my role on what is now the dissolved governor's AI task force. And I always tried to hold the vantage point of what I call SWOT, SWOT, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And I realize right now that a lot of people are focusing on some legitimate, but more so perceived threats. And those concerns are getting in the way of much needed revitalization. I think this sends the wrong market signal, and I wanted to, but I cannot support this.
Representative Sachs?
And I appreciate how thoughtful you've been, Representative, in going through this. And I frankly think that to not do this would be sending the wrong signal. I think you and I see things through a different lens, right? That given the landscape, that perhaps people have misconceptions about data centers. Maybe they don't. And to have a robust conversation in a way that other states have not, in a proactive way, in order to put down regulations statewide for standardization, would be very helpful to me if I were in this. And I did, as you saw, exhaustive research. In fact, I took the language, and we joked about this, I'll say it on mic, of the moratorium from Oklahoma. It was a resolve sponsored by all Republicans. This is not a partisan issue for me. This is what can we do for Maine to protect Maine resources, to encourage Maine development and jobs in a thoughtful, proactive way. Knowing that the permitting for this particular entity does take a long time, wasn't moratorium necessary? And my answer was yes, based on the feedback and the research that I did, to say, I don't want to just slap a moratorium on for no reason. I want it to be thoughtful so that we can make sure that the landscape breeds success for if this entity is wanted in Maine. That was where I was coming from. So I appreciate you very much.
Representative Warren?
I just wanted to thank everyone, of course, for their consideration around this, and to the sponsor. I think this is a really important bill and a thoughtful one, and I appreciate your hearing out, especially from folks that were interested in a cap or, at least temporary moratorium. This is definitely something I've just heard so much about since we all left each other between sessions, and been part of different conversations in different communities around this issue. So I, maybe similar to you, feel like this is us being proactive and responsive and thoughtful, while also moving in a flexible way and being really current to what's going on in our community. So I think this is a reflection of the best that we can get together and do for our communities and be responsive as a citizen legislature. And I also will say I regret maybe if it's feeling very partisan at this point, where I have heard from just a real diversity of views in at least my community on this issue, and had some really thoughtful perspectives. It feels like when we're talking about data centers of any kind, there's so many points of entry in ways that it's connected to other issues. So anyway, I really appreciate the bill and where it's come before us now, and we'll be really happy to support it.
Senator Harrington?
I would just like to clarify, this is not partisan for me. This is literally killing 100 long-term jobs in my district, killing innovation and business, the tertiary businesses that would come in to support this business. And it's not partisan. It's once again Augusta stepping on its foot, putting a one-size-fits-all approach and destroying business in Maine.
The debate discussion, Representative Kessler, and then Representative Foster.
Yeah, I'm curious to learn more about this specific project. Is how, and this is a question either for you or for DOER, if you may be aware of this. If you are, how far along are they in the process? Have they got any permits for anything?
Did any of these?
Yeah.
Senator Harrington?
They already own the land. They're well on the way in the planning process. They have not, to my knowledge, pulled any permits, but they've been meeting with everyone who they need to meet with. It's well on track to happen unless we pass some bonehead legislation like this.
So just a quick question, Senator Harrington. If I understood it right, it said July 1st, 2026. Have you talked to them about whether that's a date they can live with, or? Because I understand your concerns.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, I think the permitting takes quite some time. So I don't think that's a reasonable time frame.
Yep. Okay.
But they've already invested, significant amount of money in the planning process.
Okay. Do we want to hear from DOER? Was that your request, Representative Kessler?
If there's any more information that you can provide that can illuminate the discussion, then yes.
Can DOER provide any additional information of where they are in the process?
Good afternoon again, Caroline Cullen, Department of Energy Resources. I was not part of that meeting. Our staff did meet with them and have talked with a few other data centers. I guess, for transparency, Representative Sachs and I went back and forth quite a bit about moratorium and during the public hearing. we expressed our opposition to a moratorium. So we offered a different approach, more of a notification requirement. So basically during the study period, basically in advance of submitting a permit application, send a notification basically saying where your project is, describe the site, what your, power requirements might be, and the contact information. So the state has clear sort of awareness of what's going on, but not a, it doesn't get blindsided, but not a moratorium. I guess that would be our preference for moving forward and still having a line of sight in here. But I understand that many states are proposing these right now. I'm not aware of a state that has yet passed a statewide moratorium. But I understand there are maybe a dozen that are being considered in state legislatures.
Then, questions for DOER?
Are you aware if that particular project has any permits, licenses, lease agreements, or certificates already issued?
I don't have those details.
Question for Representative Sachs relative to that. Does this language say have applied for a permit or been granted a permit?
It says issued.
Issued, okay.
So I'm certainly open to talking about language for some of these.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions. Oh, question for DOER. I see Mr. Runte and I see Sophie Warren. So Sophie, I missed you. Why don't you, do you have a question for DOER?
No, I'd wanted to
Okay.
ask Senator
So if we
Harrington a
can,
question.
if we can just hold off questions for DOER, Representative Runte?
Yeah, would you happen to know the nature of the power source? Is it a high temperature fuel cell? And if so, what fuel is it using?
Sorry, unfortunately, I know that the meeting occurred, but I was not there, so I don't have the details of the proposal in front of me.
And if I'm not mistaken, Senator Harrington said hydrogen, right? Yes. Other questions for DOER? Thank you, Carolyn. I think we have Representative Warren, then Representative Foster.
Thank you. So if Senator Harrington, if you're open to answer, is it an interest for you for how this will impact your community? Are you interested in having us hear from this this entity directly, or otherwise just understanding the dynamics and how it will impact your community? I regret this was not something I'm aware of. I don't see it in my notes, which is absolutely on me, but I regret if we're taking a big step here that without having the due diligence to hear from your community directly. I just want to make sure before we move forward if there's things that we don't know about. Yeah.
I mean, I could certainly try to get them here in front of the committee. But I mean, they've met with just about everyone they need to meet with. I mean, the city is very much on board. The city is very excited about the project. It's an area of town that desperately needs some rejuvenation that this project was going to bring. So this would be a complete blindside to the community, and it just kind of came out of nowhere. It's this concept draft. It wasn't in moratorium, wasn't even in the original language, and then now it's just here, and we're about to vote on it. I mean, you're completely blindsiding this business.
Representative Sachs, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So without this committee deciding that we need to design that unit or find out the design of that unit and a lot of particulars that really aren't pertinent, I don't think. The committee is concerned about, in regards to these data centers, what it's going to do to electric rates, the usage of electric. electricity off from our grid and what it's going to do to ratepayers, for one thing. And we may also be concerned, although it's probably an E&R issue, about what it's going to do to any cooling water that may be needed for such a large facility. That being said, and there may be other communities that around the state that we may not be aware of that are in similar discussions, and I think that's part of the reason for the bill. However, if they are bringing their own energy source, we have negated the concern about the effect on ratepayers and the use of electricity, which is a major component. And if they are working with the community and all related entities in the state government and local government, then to me, this becomes a local ordinance, local control issue in whether or not they want to allow such a facility to be built in their community. And I would question whether we would have the same concern, or if we had the same concern with some of the large battery storage facilities that have been placed in different parts of our state, which, as far as I'm concerned, it's like any other business that as long as they are meeting the requirements laid down by the Department of the EPA and the other departments in the state that deal with whatever their proposal is, whether they're a manufacturer or whether they are a battery storage facility or whatever, then I'm not sure that I know I can't go along with saying that we're going to not allow that. I think that the local community, if it's Dexter or wherever, should be the ones that are worrying about the specifics that they have to deal with. And then we certainly would be concerned if they were going to take power off the grid and what effect that would have. Or if maybe if they were taking water off from the utility district in that particular community, we might have some concerns about that. But again, that utility district needs to look at that, just like the group in Lincoln had to. And, we heard about that when that was brought before us, and they asked for some changes so that they could proceed with that battery storage facility. So to me, that's the point I'm stuck on with this particular piece. So thank you.
So I just want to clarify what you're saying, Representative Fox. Are you saying this facility would be totally unconnected to the grid?
I can't say that it'll be totally unconnected to the grid. I'm not sure what kind of connections they may need for incidental power, if you will. But if they are going to be connected, if they are going to provide their own energy source, whatever that may be, I'm not sure that has falls within our area of concern as far as the amount of electricity that one of these facilities will need if they were connected and taking it from the grid. We have Chinese grow houses in some of these small towns that are sucking a lot of energy off from the grid, and nowhere near what we're talking about here, but it's not something that we bring before the committee.
I guess why I'm saying maybe we need to get more information. I just don't, if they're connected to the grid, they do have the potential of pulling energy off the grid if they don't generate it off their own.
I would agree that we may need more information, but however, if they indeed, and going back a few years, I looked at some information from, was involved in a hydrogen group, United States Hydrogen, I don't remember the name of the group, presentation online, and they were talking about these AI data centers in the South that are being built and how they would provide backup emergency power for them. They are taking power off the grid, but they are looking at hydrogen backup generators, if you will, instead of diesel generators for their own power should they need. And again, that is a big concern. And if we don't have the generation capacity in the state of Maine to provide the electricity they need to run that data center, that certainly is a concern. But if they're bringing their own generation, which I understand they are, I don't see that that's the issue that we need to address.
Other debate, discussion on this motion? Sophie?
Yeah, I just want to say, for me, there's a bunch of reasons why I'm interested and supportive of a moratorium. And I think it's connected to the grid. It's also other resources and certain labor issues and how we're and who's benefiting from these designs. But my interest here is I feel like throughout the public hearing and in comments afterwards and leading up to this conversation, I just hadn't heard, and actually I'd heard different things about basically that there isn't a robust proposal that's about to, that has done a tremendous amount of investment and was about to move forward. I think I recall the department speaking about that between now and when this would come out, that we likely wouldn't see something that would be impacted, which made a moratorium unnecessary. Not that it was bad for business or bad policy. And if that's my lack of good memory or the notes that I took, I regret that and that's on me. But if Senator Harrington is speaking to a set of dynamics that as a committee we weren't aware of and is trying to represent his community well and a disproportionate impact here, I do want to give him that time and give his community time if they want to come and speak to that. But otherwise, I am generally supportive of a moratorium at this cap. I think it could have great impacts on the grid, but I think there's a variety of issues, one being our water resources. So that's kind of where I stand now. And again, to defer to what Senator Harrington is looking for as we consider this bill.
Well, we all know there's one way to hear from Senator Harrington's situation. Representative Sachs? Senator Harrington?
No, I'll just go to go one step further with the water. They actually met with the water district like a week and a half ago, and the water district is actually excited about having this in town to use water at the volume they would be, because it would help water ratepayers in Sanford as well. But I would think that we could come to some conclusion here that if they are generating their own power and the town has approved it, that we could carve them out somewhere.
Representative Sachs and then Representative Runte.
Yeah, and that's what I said. If something needs to be under the prohibition provided for in this section should not apply to XYZ to carve them out. As we said in the hearing, it's not my intent for Loring or for projects that are already well into the pipeline. It is, as Representative Foster said, if you have a bunch of unknowns, it is very hard to do grid forecasting, reliability as a state, to look at resources as a state. And the impetus behind this is to help municipalities and tribal reservations in territories to be able to plan appropriately. And if they aren't meeting, because we just saw an example in Lewiston where it came up all of a sudden, the public didn't like it. We've seen that in other states where it is happening, where people are not well informed about the full ramifications of both positive and negative. And I've tried very hard to say that, both positive and negative ramifications of having these, which somebody had said to me, I think it was Representative Wadsworth, around the number of jobs that are projected there. Let's make sure we're doing this right because we have the opportunity to do so. And I will echo Representative Warren in saying all of the information we had gotten during the hearing, after the hearing, and before the hearing was, don't worry, nothing is coming. You don't have to worry about that yet. And today, talk about not knowing. We talked about a moratorium for almost 2 hours last week, and I never heard this. So I'm happy to have the information now.
Somebody down here, Representative Kessler.
Would it be possible to have a brief caucus?
A 5-minute corner caucus? Because I think I saw that on the bingo sheet. And that gets me just about the diagonal. I'm not gonna tell you what the last one is.
Do you want to get?
But somebody did steal my bingo chart. And I don't think that's fair.
It was not me.
Okay, why don't we have a 5-minute corner caucus? Representative Kessler, did you wanna?
Yeah, just before we do the corner caucus, I just wanted to express to Senator Harrington that I hear your frustration, and I just want you to understand that, you know, nobody here wants to do harm to your communities, and we want to work together. So let's do that. All right?
Okay, 5-minute corner caucus. Okay, I'll call the EUT committee back together. I think we're probably gonna have a motion beginning with a T. But I did want to say something before, and I understand where Senator Harrington is coming from, but I have spent 8 years on this committee talking about net energy billing and what it is costing ratepayers, supposedly. And now we're talking about doing something new that potentially could impact ratepayers. And we're not saying we need to know the answers before we start. And that's very concerning to me, and that's why I told Representative Sachs I would support the moratorium. Representative Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to be clear that what the statement that I made includes the fact that if they are bringing their own power, I do not believe it's going to affect ratepayers. However, if they are taking power off the grid, then I agree.
And
We
that's
have a
why
concern.
I think I need time to analyze that, because I'm hearing stories down in Virginia where one brought its own energy, went off power, and then sucked energy out of the grid at the expense of ratepayers. So I just hear some concern. So that's kind of where I'm coming from on the moratorium. But somebody wants to make a motion beginning with a T, I guess. Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to table this bill.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Webb. All those in favor of tabling? Okay, any opposed? Unfortunately, Madam Chair, it's 10-1.
My bill of bonehead, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay,
All right.
let's go on to a much easier bill, right? Representative Runte, LD, is it yours? 22113? An act to align long-range grid strategy with state energy plan and strengthen integrated grid planning.
Before Lindsay goes through what the changes were, I thought it important to talk about what happened here. My original intent was really to do two things. And that was introduce systems level thinking to how we we deal with future additions to the grid and make some linkage of that plan with its implementation, which actually comes in the form of a rate filing. The two biggest the two elements of the overall energy plan is supply and then grid planning. And they're not separate exercises. They're not separate activities because they both relate to one another. How you get that supply and how much supply you need very much depends on what that grid planning works out to be. So that's why way back when this was a Department of Energy Resources exercise. However, right now we have a grid planning process that's been a work in progress for 6 years. And there are activities on several of the big elements of it, non-wires, the integrated grid planning review process, the integrated grid plan priorities process, multi-year rate cases. We haven't reached the point of a level of completion of those to be able to come away with some lessons learned. So the long and short of it is pursuit of that commission that was envisioned in the last iteration of this bill, I think is premature. And this amendment basically replaces both the short-term fix, if you will, that was most of what had been Part A, and then the commission part, which was part B. And so it allows the existing processes to continue to their logical end, which will provide a lot of information on what next steps really ought to be. But what the amendment, what it does now is it says to DOER, let's take a careful look at how this process is conducted. Are there better ways to do it? And if you look at really what amounts to items 2, 3, and 4 in the portion of the bill now that speaks to the study, those were the core aspects that I was trying to get at in the very beginning. And so it preserves, let's look at things system-wide. Let's take a systems approach. But then let's make best use of what's already in progress and then come back and see how we can refine the way we're going about doing things now. So, you know, as a preface to what Lindsay's going to say, that's how we got to where we are this morning.
Okay, do we have an analysis to do?
You do not. This has already had bill analysis, but if you'd like, I can just kind of walk the committee through the amendment.
That would be great.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So the members have hard copies in front of you. This was distributed by email to the interested parties list as well as the members earlier today. So we'll start out with section 1 of the bill. Again, this is a full strike and replace of the original bill and replaces any prior amendments. So you will see in section 1, an amendment to the existing law in the integrated grid plan section regarding access to information. And this requires the commission to require utilities to make publicly available grid plans and then information that supports those grid plans with sufficient detail to allow independent technical review. So that is substantially similar to what you saw in the last version. As Representative Runte mentioned, section 2 of the amendment is brand new. So this directs the Department of Energy Resources in consultation with the PUC and the OPA to review the integrated grid planning process established in section 3147 and evaluate the effectiveness of the process in meeting the priorities that the commission will establishes by order every time they do one of these integrated grid plan processes, and then also ensuring that that they're meeting the goals essentially of that process, which are within the definition of the integrated grid plans in 3147. So this is system reliability, resiliency, enabling cost-effective achievement of greenhouse gas reduction obligations and climate policies. In conducting the review, the Department of Energy Resources, again in consultation with the PUC and OPA, it must include an assessment of the extent to which the integrated grid plan process supports and advances affordability and mitigation of rate impacts, state energy plan, statutory greenhouse gas reduction requirements, beneficial electrification, expansion of DG resources, energy storage and on-demand resources, and reliability, resilience, and climate adaptation goals, including storm hardening and emergency preparedness. They must also review requirements, tools, and methods and analytical frameworks used in the grid planning process to determine whether they reflect evolving load forecasts, electrification trends, and resource adoption, whether they adequately account for extreme weather risks and long-term system resilience, and incorporate multiple scenarios. Also requires the identification of areas within the process where enhanced system-wide planning and coordination across the covered transmission distribution utilities would improve outcomes. An evaluation of whether existing regulatory structures and utility incentives encourage or discourage achievement of the state policy goals through integrated grid planning, including opportunities for incentives or performance-based regulatory mechanisms. And lastly, an examination of opportunities to improve transparency and public participation in the integrated grid planning processes. Based upon this review, the department is required to develop recommendations for any statutory changes and submit a report to the EUT committee along with any recommended legislation no later than February 1st, 2027. And as a result of that report, the committee may report out a bill.
Questions for Lindsay? Questions for Representative Runte? Representative McIntyre?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Runte, legitimate question here. The very first section, we're promoting advertising sufficient detail to permit independent technical review on a publicly facing website. I'm reflecting back on the tour that we took back in the first session of ISO New England, where they took us into a undisclosed location and pointed out there are parts of this grid design that they do not want out in the public domain for reasons, obvious reasons, I would think, that we don't discuss here in this room. Are you absolutely sure we want to do something like that?
I do, and I think if you, I mean, with sufficient guardrails, but if you go to the PUC website and you want specific information that's in a lot of the rate filings, you'll note that up there is attachments A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, and they're all confidential. And at least from my perspective, it's a very kind of broad brush classification. And while I've never experienced it, I believe if you query anyone in here who's asked for data requests in order to evaluate what's being argued within a rate filing, that there is information that conceivably is not necessarily, doesn't necessarily need to be withheld. And so the idea behind this paragraph is to get a little more transparency in terms of the detailed data that is the basis for some of these rate filings. And frankly, in order to really evaluate something, when you get into some of the nitty gritty here, we're talking about fairly complex circumstances. And unless you have a full picture of the data, you can't really make an analytical judgment. And so that's what the rationale behind this is.
Other questions for Representative Runte? What's the preference of the committee? Representative Sachs?
I wonder if the PUC would like to come up and talk with us about any aspects of this amendment, if that's acceptable to the chair.
It's very acceptable.
Deirdre Schneider, Maine PUC. Was there a specific question or just a general thought on?
Right. It asks you to do two different things on this brand new amendment. So I'm just trying to make sure that or to get some feedback either about part A1 regarding requiring them to do that. And then number two, about the DOER review of the IGP.
So I think first we do appreciate this version a little bit more than the other versions that were out there. I think in the context of the DOER review, I think some aspects of it are duplicative of things that either the commission is currently doing or plan to do. For example, at the end of and this is our first integrated grid plan, the first process we've had. It started in November 1st, 2022. So we're at the end of it. Once we finish, we had a plan to maybe hold a workshop and solicit feedback on how can we improve the next iteration of this. We were going to do our own analysis of what could be better. Are there things in the law that needs to be changed? And we were planning to kind of do that function anyway. I think also in addition to that, we've done some work on incentives, on the use of incentives. We are doing a multi-year rate plan docket right now, looking at incentives as well. So some of that aspect is duplicative, and I think it is a little unusual to have the department leading this review, especially in relation to the evaluation of the regulatory structures and incentives, both which are under the purview of the commission. I think that's a little odd kind of setup, but overall prefer this version to some of the other versions we've seen. Just those are the general sort of comments or thoughts we have on it.
Other questions? Thank you. Deirdre?
Okay.
I know you were very surprised that we had no more questions there for the PUC. Okay, what do you want to do on this bill? Representative Runte?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it might be helpful if we heard from the public advocate on this.
Public advocate, would you like to come up? Would you be willing to come up? Yep.
I was interested in your overall take on this particular iteration that frankly is quite different from the last one.
It is. Thank you for the question, Representative Rente. And I mean, I think at the highest level, I agree with Deirdre that we appreciate this version more than other iterations we have seen. But I still believe it puts it's duplicative of what is already right now ongoing with regard to finishing up and reviewing and reflecting upon the first IGPs that were submitted in the last 2 months. I was literally reviewing comments on CMP's IGP this afternoon while also watching the DOER presentations. It's an active docket in the PUC right now. And I think we have to give that docket its opportunity to play out, and for the PUC and the stakeholders who are participating in that docket, including DOER, who's a very active participant in that docket, to make recommendations about how to improve the process. I don't know that we need a separate process to do that. And certainly this version of that separate process is quite extensive in terms of the topics that it is asking the DOER to report back on. And then as you and I discussed earlier today, I am concerned about the February 1st, 2027 report back date. I think that's a very awkward time for the DOER to report back to the committee. And so I would recommend that report back, happen under the current administration, because otherwise we're right smack dab in the middle of a change of administration in the first month of a new DOER commissioner. And again, that might be one of the reasons to leave this at the PUC as well, because the PUC doesn't have the political changeover elements of the end of a gubernatorial administration.
Representative McIntyre, do you have a question formed? Okay. Another question for the public advocate? Okay, I just wanted to see if Jerry had a follow-up.
So from your perspective, there's duplication going on here. And aside from the timing problem, B, you see this more as a PUC function.
I think that where we're at right now, it feels that way to me. I could imagine being in a different place next year, after we see how the PUC thing plays out, and then say, oh, we've got to redo this from a policy perspective. And the PUC doesn't tend to weigh in on policy so much as process. So then the DOER may need to weigh in on policy. But I think we should let the PUC process play out before we kind of jump to that next step. And to be clear, I didn't comment on section 1 of the revision of the bill. I'm just talking about the planning process review that you have in section 2.
Do you have any comments on the first section?
I think that we think the process could be more transparent and more accessible for the public or for experts who may want to get involved and be able to provide some of that independent thinking. And we have requested, the confidential models and backup data for the IGP. It's still not really adequate for us to understand all of the support for the capital plan and the massive spending that is described in CMP's plan. But we do think that additional transparency would be useful. And so we support section 1 of the bill. And we think there is already language in section 1 of the bill that provides for that confidential treatment when necessary to protect critical infrastructure security, which I think is the utilities' big concern.
Representative Runte?
One final question. Do you see, how do I put this? Do you see any utility in an examination of what's laid out in 2, 3, and 4 at this point in time, whether it's done by the PUC or by DOER?
I didn't understand the question. Can you try again?
Yeah. Do you see any value?
Oh, that helps. Okay. I was using the wrong word of utility. Go ahead. Any value in section 2 of this amendment?
No, I'm thinking more broadly.
Okay.
The intent here is, let's take a look at the processes, see how we can better go about doing all of this. And at the same time, both take apply systems thinking to how we look at all of this, as well as taking a system, let's call it statewide approach to how we go forward looking at the grid. So I guess what I'm asking is are you saying this is all premature?
I think that what I'm saying is that if the task that the core nugget of the task in section 2 as it stands in this amendment, as I see it, is to develop recommendations for statutory or regulatory changes necessary to improve the effectiveness of future cycles of integrated grid planning. And my suggestion is that that's what the PUC is doing right now. And if we need the DOER to do it, it will. I think that is probably a conversation that should happen next year. And that would be fine because the next cycle doesn't start until 2027 anyway.
Representative Warren, did you have a question for the public advocate?
No, just for
Okay.
discussion.
Are there any other questions for the public advocate? Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, just a comment. Thank you for your thoughts. I think we may disagree slightly on the security vulnerabilities that are in there. And so just thank you for your thoughts, but I actually had a question for someone else in the audience. So thank you.
Other questions for the public advocate? Thank you. Okay, I think Representative Warren, you wanted to participate in the debate, and Representative Wadsworth wants to participate in the debate. Representative Warren.
Yes, thank you. So I think where I'm at still is a feeling that we've got this big integrated grid process going, and I have certain critiques about previous legislation that and maybe power dynamics and who's got a seat at the table or is directing that. But I know that there's been a tremendous amount of work that's gone into that, and a lot of stakeholder input. And it seems that we're going to have the utilities and ultimately the PUC, and my impression is that OP as well be able to come back and reflect on that in the next year. And we also then, with even more so with this latest version of the bill, having this certain level of role for the department, this is a entity that's just sort of getting on its feet, it seems like. And we, looking at the timeline, we don't know who the next chief executive will be. We don't even yet have a confirmed head of that department, and certainly no additional resources, even in making the conversion to a department as they've had. It's just not clear to me that there's a reason why this has to be done in this way now. And in a few conversations with different entities that interact with these different processes, it's just not clear what this, in some of the iterations, will do that is a clear value add versus something more specific or precise structurally about how some of these processes work. So I appreciate the effort and the thinking around it, a more structured, organized process, but I think that there are other factors that play here that it just doesn't seem to be an idea whose time has come yet, is sort of my thinking around it. And that's sort of my 2 cents on this bill.
Okay, Representative Wadsworth?
Let's see, I'd like to hear from one of the utilities that are here, both electric, IOUs are in the audience, and love to get their perspective. Don't care who.
Who one of the IOUs care to give their perspective? Representative Wadsworth doesn't care. Which one? But I just want to know, I have already gone through 2 chocolates and the apple.
Seeing him back.
Fair and balanced. Fairly balanced.
Good afternoon, Craig Nell at Central Maine Power Company. Just starting with section 2, since we're on that topic, I don't think we have a lot to add to what's been said. I think our impression from the process so far was that, the commission undertook a very long and extensive stakeholder engagement process to develop the grid plan priorities. That began in September 2022 and resulted in their order in July of 2024. So almost a 2-year long process to develop the order that was quite specific in how we should go about doing the grid plans. Our understanding, the comment period doesn't close until March 15th. So we're still in the middle of that comment period. Frankly, we don't know what the reaction really is from everyone, and are excited to hear that. And I think there is value in taking a look at sort of what went well and what could be improved. I think we would want to be part of that conversation too. And I'm glad to hear that the commission does in fact intend to undertake that kind of a review itself. And so I think we would just echo what you've heard already, is that we're in a process, and we certainly have concerns about the timing here being, if this were to pass, it would become effective in July of this year. Now we're talking about a report back during this administration, which is even tighter than February. And I think the questions I have around that is really, can any group of people do this amount of work in such a short period of time? And if so, are we giving that with the force of direction from the legislature, are we giving the outcome of that process a level of importance that maybe would create confusion in the next PUC-led process of developing priorities for grid plans? Like with the report of this committee, assuming they could achieve a consensus, would that report carry a level of weight that maybe, isn't backed up by the same level of analysis that the commission itself can do that would potentially lead us into a direction where we are actually, forcing an outcome in the next grid planning process that is not the right one.
Other questions? For an IOU of your choice? Representative McIntyre?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just heard you comment on section 2. Do you have any additional thoughts on section 1?
Yep, thank you, Representative. We do have concerns with section 1. The language in current statute was negotiated with the previous OPA to accomplish the ability for the PUC to evaluate and establish a process for access to these levels of information. So CEII, I think, is fairly straightforward, and customer specific information is fairly straightforward. But for example, we have circuits with very few customers on them, like 2. And by making the data available for for that circuit, which is not customer specific information or CEII, by making that data available, we are essentially releasing customer specific information. So that's just an example, I think, of how complex the management of data around the energy system is. And, as the entity that is responsible for safe and reliable service and the security of the system, we have concerns about the absolute nature of this language and being required to post it publicly, rather than allowing for a process to take place where the commission and the interested parties can demonstrate that they have a need to see that information, can demonstrate that they can protect that information, destroy that information when they're no longer need to be using it, and do so under NDA. And those are protections that we're able to put into place now with the current statute that we would not be able to put into place under this language.
Representative Foster and then Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. So along that same vein, in the summary, number 1, and I'm not sure what level you currently make available to the public, but I'm wondering from a business point of view, if that is also a concern for making that kind of information available to the public, looking at it.
Thank you, Representative. Yes. So in addition to just the security of the system, for example, like our modeling software is licensed. We are not permitted to make that software available to the public. So I appreciate the need to understand the planning process and how the outputs are achieved, but the way this is drafted provides it essentially requires us to publish processes and make tools available publicly that we are not permitted to make available publicly without I would assume a large expense in purchasing it or expanding the license to be able to do so. So that would that would be an additional cost.
Representative Sachs.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Neal. But doesn't the language also say that within the commission's discretion, right? So wouldn't they be discussing with you those things that are confidential, but just also trying to provide a level of transparency to the public?
I think the line that concerns us is the commission shall provide confidential treatment of planning inputs only where the commission determines such treatment is strictly necessary to protect critical infrastructure security or customer specific information or as may be required by other applicable law. So though it must fit into one of those 3 categories in order to meet in order to be protected from this requirement to post it publicly.
And you're saying that the vast majority of what you would consider that you would be required would not fall into that.
Yeah.
Can you give an example of that?
The one that I've come up with this afternoon is the example of the circuit with 1 or 2 customers on it, and that does not fall into any of these categories. Or for example, our planning software does not fall into one of these categories. Those would both be required to be posted publicly under this language.
Any other questions for the IOU of your choice? Seeing none, thank you. What's gonna happen now? Representative Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make a motion not to pass for this bill.
There's a motion ought not to pass, seconded by Representative Paul. Debate or discussion? Do you want a 5-minute corner caucus, or we've already checked that box on the bingo chart? 5-minute corner caucus? Okay, why don't we take a 5-minute corner caucus?
Representative Wall.
Yep, okay. 5 minutes, that's it. Okay, we're back together without Representative Runte. So we can't do anything. Okay, we're not back together. Okay, we are now back in order. So we have a motion ought not to pass. Do the people who, well, actually, we haven't voted yet, so I think Representative Runte has a motion or a report he wants to suggest. Do you guys want to hear it before the vote, or you just want to vote and then have him explain it as the majority report? Okay, I mean, strictly, we can have the vote and then he's going to do the report. But if there's anybody who wants to jump on, we would have to then reconsider. I'm just trying to make things easier for everybody.
Whatever you want.
Okay.
I'm fine with whatever you say, Mr.
So since it's pending, let me ask a question of Representative Runte. If we have a vote on the ought not to pass, will you be proposing a majority report and what would it look like?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be, and the report would be on the language review. Would be to add unallocated language that speaks to the PUC process that's doing some of the things that we're talking about here, that I was talking about in the first place, in terms of examining the process and having them report back to the committee in the next session with the ability to report out a bill. Report out a bill if that's the desire of the new EUT. It would retain section 1, the confidentiality piece, perhaps with more precise language, but nonetheless, more or less of that paragraph.
Is that clear to everybody? Everybody ready to vote? Representative Foster, you want to change your opinion? Or?
No, I have a question, I guess. Does that also take care of what we heard from a few different folks at the podium? That does it take care of the duplicativeness of this bill or with what's already being done?
I don't think so. What it's saying is what's already being done. We want you to continue to do that. And when you're finished, come and report to us. So no, it's not a separate exercise.
Yes, Lindsay, can you translate for Representative
Well, no,
Runte?
I want to make sure I understand it. So it sounds like, Representative Runte, if he were to propose an amendment to this, would be keeping section 1 regarding what's posted online, striking section 2, which would have had the department doing this review. And instead, he wants to direct the Public Utilities Commission to essentially engage in the analysis that it's already planning to do. And they mentioned a workshop, the sort of postmortem of the current grid planning process, identify recommendations and bring those back to the committee as a report. And then the committee would have authority to report out a bill related to those recommendations.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Lynn?
Beginning with Representative Rente.
No.
Representative Rente votes no. Representative McIntyre.
Yes.
Representative McIntyre votes yes. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster votes yes. Representative Kessler.
No.
Representative Kessler votes no. Representative Sacks.
No.
Representative Sacks votes no. Representative Lawrence.
No.
Representative Lawrence votes no. Senator Harrington.
Yes.
Senator Harrington votes yes. Representative Warren, if she is still with us. I'll come back to her. Representative Paul.
Yes.
Representative Paul votes yes. Representative Webb.
No.
Representative Webb votes no, and Representative Wadsworth is also out, and I do not see Representative Warren.
Representative Warren, are you there?
Okay, well.
Can you hear us in that small but mighty portion of Scarborough? It's not. What's the vote?
Okay, so we have 4 in favor, if I counted correctly, and 5 opposed.
Okay, so right now the 5 will be the majority report. Do you have an understanding, Lindsay, completely of what the majority report is?
Yes, if I have questions, is it okay with those on that report that I work with the Public Utilities Commission and or Representative Rente just to clarify any questions I may have?
Representative Rente, is that
Yes.
fine by you? Yes.
Thank you.
So
Okay.
that ought to pass.
Okay, we've got another one to go on to, which is 2112. Lindsay, do you need to do a report on that or?
I do not. However, a revised amendment was distributed this morning, and I'd be happy to walk the committee through some of the changes from the last version that you've seen.
Thank you.
Excellent. Everybody should have this in their folder, but if you could just double check LD 2112 revised February 12th. You got it? Okay, excellent. So there were just a few changes, and Representative Rente can jump in and let me know if I miss any. So there was a little bit of clarification in this amendment. So we'll start with in proposed section 1, which is the Community Choice Aggregation Program. The Community Choice Aggregation Program definition was changed slightly to include that this applies to municipalities located in the service territory of an investor-owned transmission and distribution utility. That wasn't consistent throughout the amendment, so that was just clarified that it's only in IOU territory. If you turn the page, this gives you the plan approval process laid out in each of those paragraphs. But the sponsor moved the requirement, part of the plan or part of what one of these programs has to do, the municipality has to conduct outreach to low income and vulnerable populations within their jurisdiction. That has been moved to one of the elements that the commission would have to verify as part of the plan before they approve the plan, and that's in paragraph C. So they would have to, and also the Public Utilities Commission will have to adopt rules governing requirements for the plans that are submitted. If we continue down to subsection 3, this governs customer notice. So if the Public Utilities Commission approves one of these plans, before implementing the plan, the municipality or group of municipalities has to provide notice to customers within their jurisdiction who are on standard offer service. And this amendment clarifies that that notice has to be provided every year. And turning the page. I think if we turn to page 4, we've got just some clarification in the language governing the relationship between the aggregator, who is essentially serving on behalf of the municipality or group of municipalities, and the transmission and distribution utilities. So ensuring that the T&Ds provide the aggregator with the same options for billing as those available for competitive electricity providers, remit payments as is required for CEPs, providing generation service, and provide customer-specific data to the aggregator, also as required currently for competitive electricity providers. And then the last change to flag for you is in subsection 9 regarding the PUC's rulemaking. The commission is required to initiate rulemaking by January 1st, 2027. And then in paragraphs A through E, you've got a little more specificity regarding what those rules have to do. So they have to establish a process by which a municipality or a group of them may establish the plan and seek approval, but also standards for approval of a community choice aggregation program plan, as I mentioned earlier, opt-in procedures for those customers who cannot automatically be opted in, as well as opt-out procedures for those default service customers, timing and notification requirements related to automatic enrollment of default service customers, i.e. standard offer customers, and then, as in the last draft, consumer protection and transparency requirements.
Okay, any questions from the committee? Representative Sachs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I just note on B on page 2? That's a may submit the plan, so it's not must submit the plan. I just want to clarify that. Is there a reason it's a may and not a must or shall?
I think it's covered in the last sentence of that subsection. A municipality or group of them may not implement a plan unless it's been approved by the commission. But the language in B, because this is in law, if a municipality were to adopt the plan, I mean, it's certainly up to the committee if you wanted to establish in law that they must submit it to the commission. But perhaps, building in that maybe there would be circumstances where they would adopt a plan and then not want to pursue it for some reason. I don't know what that might look like, but it doesn't force in law the municipality after approval that you absolutely have to forward it to the commission. But then with that additional sentence at the end, it's very clear that you cannot move forward with a plan unless it has been approved.
I think that was why I was confused. So there may be a time when they might adopt a plan, but then choose not to implement it. Is that where that wiggle comes?
That, I think, is why it's structured that way. Whether that would actually happen, I'm not sure. But rather than, and again, if the committee doesn't feel that that's appropriate and wants to include that directive in statute, we certainly could. But there could be scenario, just in case.
Yeah, I was
That's why
just
it's a may.
clarifying. It didn't
Yep.
make sense to me. Thanks.
Other questions for Lindsay? What's the preference of the committee? Representative Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if someone was here from the PUC, I could ask a couple of questions of.
Deirdre Schneider, Maine PUC.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider, for being here. So in your, the PUC's initial testimony, you raised a couple of concerns. One was regarding the effect that this could have on standard offer service. The other was the requirement that utilities purchase receivables and all of that. I'm wondering if those concerns have been taken care of with this latest amended version of the bill.
Well, the purchase of receivables piece has been taken out, so that's been addressed. I think we said in our testimony as well that, while we don't know for sure, but there could be some concerns about the effect on standard offer. We think through rulemaking, we can probably minimize some of those concerns, because it could be a timing situation where we would only allow certain things to go in effect at certain times so that you're not having an in and out migration of load so much that you would be building in more risk premiums or things like that. So I think we could, through the rulemaking process, minimize any potential risks that could be to the standard offer price. And our rulemaking here is, while there's a bunch of stuff, it's flexible that we can do other things within that context of that rulemaking.
Yes, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Ms. Schneider, if in fact this were to pass and a community, maybe a large community, decides that they want to be involved with this, take this on, because it's an opt-out process, wouldn't, in effect, the PUC have to consider that the load for that entire community would be taken out of the program for bidding for standard offer?
Right, but if you do timing things, so we have to approve the plans and we have to do rules on the process for getting commission approval. So it could be sort of, depending on when we go out to procure, when we know what kind of load that we're going to be procuring, there are things that we can do to sort of minimize that risk. That the plans, the opt-out of those customers can only happen at certain times, so we're not affecting that load in between at different times, because that's where it's going to come in, is if there's a fear of this in and out migration throughout whatever the term of the contract is with the standard offer provider, that's going to build in more of these risk premiums, and that's what's going to raise the cost. But if you have some certainty in that only certain times can you have this migration on that kind of a scale, they will know going in what kind of load they're serving. And so they wouldn't necessarily have to build as much risk premium. So I think I don't know what the exact answer is, but we think we can kind of figure that out in the rulemaking process. And because we have to figure out how to implement the process for them to seek approvals, we can probably come up with ways to minimize those risks.
Representative Rente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it okay for me to address that question? Because it relates to one of the pieces of what's in this.
So does anybody else have questions for the PUC? Thank you. So you want to answer Representative Foster's question?
And perhaps we need language to made it a little bit clearer. I mean, it is true that when the standard offer goes out, it needs to know what the block that it's going after would be in order for the brokers to properly price it. What happens in New Hampshire is that if you launch one during the first 2 months of a default service cycle, there's a 90-day notice. If you launch after the next, there's a 45-day notice. So they've set up specifics, and I'm not suggesting that those are the right ones, but 9D should maybe be a little clearer, because that's really the notification. When the PUC does its rulemaking, it can then figure out what the best notification requirements are, to make sure that the two are coordinated. And that's what the intent in 9D had been.
Any other discussion? Representative Sachs.
Thank you. This has changed a little bit, and I wonder if the public advocate could come up, if she doesn't mind. Just talking about, I know this is now acting like a competitive electricity provider, which we've had some discussion, and I wondered if you have any thoughts about this bill now as it's mirroring some of those same provisions.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Sachs. We're very happy with the removal of the purchase of receivables language and a number of the other improvements that have been made, and really appreciate the folks who brought this forward for engaging in a great stakeholder conversation that we had a couple weeks ago on this. I think the one lingering concern I have is just about low-income assistance program participants being charged more than the standard offer. We're going to hear a bill next week that would prohibit that with regard to regular CEPs. But I'm not sure that the language that at least is currently pending in the committee bill that we'll hear the public hearing on next week. I don't think it would override the protections language in Section 5 of this bill. So I'd propose to the committee a friendly amendment to make clear that a community choice aggregation program can't charge a LIAP customer more than the standard offer either. I think there's a real risk that some communities might actually use this to implement a green program that could be more expensive than the standard offer, just as a matter of community policy. And I do not want that to be impacting the ability of us to afford our LIAP program, and it would have a direct impact if it were above standard offer and price.
Representative Rente, a question for the public advocate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would it be better to, in this bill, express the need for consistency on the treatment of low-income customers with what their rules are in the standard offer, or just come straight out and say it within this bill?
I think I'd defer to Lindsay on that and just, this is always tricky where we're not sure the other bill is going to pass. We don't know that they'll be moving simultaneously. And so you can't reference things that don't exist yet. I think the principle is the thing I'm concerned with, which is the principle I think that we talked about in our CEP presentation is that low-income customers participating in the LIAP program shouldn't be charged more than the standard offer. And I think it applies here in addition to in a straightforward CEP context. And so whatever way we need to do the language to make that clear, I think is where I'd like to see this come down.
Representative Runte.
To either one of you, actually, would it be?
They serve very different roles, Jerry.
I realize that.
Very careful in phrasing your question.
Okay. With something that said that if the CCA program had a higher rate than the standard offer, then those customers would just automatically go back to the standard offer?
That's what I'm proposing. Yes. Mhm.
Lindsay, is that what you're proposing? I'm just kidding.
I'm not proposing anything, yeah. Well, I think it's something the committee could try to explicitly address in the bill. I do think the other piece of this, though, is the PUC is going to have to do rulemaking for the plan approvals. And if the other bill passes, aggregators are CEPs, that they're included in the definition of it in statute. So that law would mean they cannot charge more than the standard offer to LIAP customers. The PUC, if that were to happen, I think this is something the PUC would actually have to address in their rulemaking. This would be something they could say a plan filed, community choice aggregation program plan cannot propose, assuming that other bill passes, cannot include a rate which is higher than the standard offer. So there is a mechanism to do that. I think it perhaps could be a little more, if we look at the PUC rulemaking section, we could add something which specifically reference, consumer protections, transparency requirements. We could specifically reference, protecting LIAP customers or something like that. But I think, again, given the discussion on Mike, I think the PUC would be aware if that law were to pass, that, that's going to be in place. That would limit what the aggregator could charge, and they're a licensed entity. So, I think that would happen naturally. I don't know Heather, what do you think?
Yeah, my concern was just that the language in B could be read in 5B, on page 3, could be read to override the prohibition on LIAP customers being bumped back to the standard offer if they were charged more. So
That's AMP.
Okay. That's AMP, not LIAP.
Correct.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. I read that and was concerned that there could be an inconsistency, like low-income customers are entitled to continue in the CCA program, and that could be the implication of section 5 read as a whole. And I that they would keep getting their discounts even though they were part of the CCA. And I just don't think that should be true unless the CCA is lower than the standard offer or the same as the standard offer.
Any other questions for either Lindsay or the public advocate? Okay, thank you, Heather. What does the committee want to do? Representative Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if maybe one of those utility folks might want to let us know if they are, with this newest iteration, are if their concerns have been allayed with some of the issues they had during their testimonies.
Well, I think it was CMP last time, so I think Versant has to go this time.
Fair enough. You've got Pepsi this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm James Cody on behalf of Versant Power. First of all, I'd like to extend our appreciation to the sponsor and to those that have worked on this amendment, but we are much closer to a place that we can be very comfortable with. The only consideration, I know that there was some email traffic earlier. The only consideration that we thought we might pose is that there may be some cross-referencing to existing PUC rules that apply to CEPs that are not currently referenced in this draft. I don't know if that's something we can do during a language review to make sure those sections are included if they are applicable. And I've got a copy here, but I defer to the committee on that. But that was really our primary concern, is making sure that the bill as written applies to the all of the applicable CEP rules that may be out there.
Question for one of the IOUs, Representative Runte and then Representative Sachs. You don't have to have a question. Okay, Representative Sachs.
So you referenced there'd been email traffic about this. Happily, that was not my lane today. So can you help me understand what is lacking and the results of those conversations?
Yeah, I'm happy to describe. And to be perfectly honest, we haven't gone through, we haven't processed this in its entirety. So there may be occasion that this is not necessary. We're just flagging that there may be rules out there that already exist that should be cross-referenced in the bill. And I apologize that I haven't even had a lot of time to have those discussions either. But you'll see on and I'm sorry, I'm looking at a Word document that apologies. Under section 6A, you'll see it reads, provide the aggregator with the same options for billing as those available to competitive electricity providers, providing generation service in accordance with rules adopted by the commission pursuant to, and the suggested language would be sections 3201, 3202, and 3203, which all have CEP rules that exist within them. And then under section 9 rulemaking, to add a part F that says adopt a standard form CCA agreement between the CCA and the utility.
Any other questions for Versant?
Well, while
Representative
you're
Sachs?
sitting there, Lindsay, had you had a chance to look at those? And I think I'm uncomfortable with that sort of ambiguity voting today without knowing or if this is a salient issue or not, to add or not an entire section of rule. And saying flatly, they apply to this bill when maybe they don't need to.
So I think what the concern that was raised by the utilities is whether, so when we say that they have to comply with rules adopted by the PUC, we need to specify ideally the universe of rules that do apply. 3203 is what's identified in the amendment. The utilities had raised 3201 and 3202. 3201 is a definition section. I don't believe there's any rules that are adopted pursuant to a definition section. And 3202, I had asked about because if the intent of the committee is to make sure that the same billing options available for CEPs are provided to the aggregator, if there's another rule that provides billing options, then presumably that should be identified. And so I haven't had, this came out this morning, so I haven't had a chance to look into that. So, to the extent if the committee were to vote on this today, what I would ask is that I be allowed to work with the PUC to identify the rules that apply specifically to, because the committee, if you were to vote on this as drafted, your intent, I think, would be, again, to provide the same options for billing as those available to CEPs in PUC rules. So let's make sure we identify the correct universe of rules, but I would ask to work with the PUC to figure out exactly what those are. 3201, I didn't see where that implicated rules, but 3202 there is a different rule adopted pursuant to that section, one which I haven't had a chance to look at. So if that is applicable, which it kind of looks like it might be just from skimming it, but that's something I would be more than happy to take back and if the committee were to vote, bring it back on language review and explain the applicability of it.
Representative Sachs?
And any concerns about adopting a standard form? Any concerns about that?
That's a
language?
policy decision for the
Okay,
committee.
but it's, okay.
Any other questions for your IOU of choice? Seeing none, thank you.
I would just say we're absolutely comfortable with that approach, and certainly this is in a place that is much more comfortable for us, so we really appreciate the work.
Okay, thank you. What is the preference of the committee regarding this bill? Representative Sachs?
I feel like we've heard from almost everybody, but the department, I didn't know if the department wants to. You may or may not.
No, you don't have to, Carolyn. You don't have to.
Just. Oh, did you? Okay, sorry.
I asked Hilton before, I said, do I say that? But I guess there it is. Caroline Cullen, Department of Energy Resources. We also appreciate where this draft has gotten to. I think a lot of the concerns that we had noted, kind of concerns and questions that we had noted in our testimony have been addressed. I did agree with the earlier conversation. I think it's important in the rulemaking portion to sort of address what those mechanisms are to mitigate potential impacts to standard offer from CCA uptake. So I think setting up those sort of enrollment periods is a good thing for the commission to look at. I think, you know, at a high level, this is a big bill for a second session. I think it's less complicated now that it's been moved into the sort of more in alignment with CEPs and how they work. I do have some, I guess it's a little bit challenging to sort of significantly increase this CEP market. Right at the same time, we're having the other discussion about challenges with CEPs and sort of what are the actual savings opportunities. So I have some concerns about sort of the unintended consequences of doing this big expansion right now, but hopefully rulemaking will sort of make that more clear. And I do think that having it in the CEP structure, which, you know, has recently gotten a lot more consumer protections added to it, is a much better framework.
Any questions for the doer before we he steps down? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Representative Sachs.
Thank you. And I think the representative from the department crystallized, as well as the OPA, it feels a little odd to be discussing this while we have a pending bill around CEPs. I appreciate the work that the sponsor has done with this, but I am concerned if whatever implications come from the other bill, including discussion, that might impact this, to vote on this without having gone through that process feels like a disconnect to me. So I wouldn't mind tabling this until we've kind of worked the bill, and then, as we often do, work the bills together. That would be my preference, given the conversation we know is pending before this committee.
Representative Runte and then Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I don't mind tabling it if that's necessary. I would make a distinction, though. We're treating community choice aggregation programs like CEPs because that allows for simplicity in the process of implementation. But that doesn't say that a community choice aggregation program is in effect the equivalent of a CEP, you know, a single firm that's out there trying to sell a particular package. The nature of the activity is really fundamentally different. And so keeping them in the for, as far as process goes, treating them as CEPs allows for a simplistic implementation, but it doesn't say that, you know, they're one and the same. And as long as the rules are consistent, there shouldn't be any disconnect.
Representative Sachs? Yes, we're not debating a tabling motion.
no,
We're
no.
debating doing these bills together.
Correct. And I understand that, but I do also understand the risk that there is to low income folks. As the public advocate said, there are communities, and I have nothing wrong with community choice aggregation program. But for some folks, that will increase rates if they, or could potentially increase rates. And that is up to a community. I'm completely fine with that. But the implications for low income folks is really where my head's at. And that is a similar risk for, I think, for both programs in some ways. If we aren't clear, even if it's within rules. And I want to make sure, given how we are with the other bill, which has not yet been heard, but has been scheduled, to just pause thoughtfully about that.
Mr. Chair, I move to table.
Second.
It's been moved by Representative Foster to table, seconded by Representative Kessler. Show of hands, all those in favor of tabling? All those opposed? Great. I have one bill left to do, and that is mine, 838. And Lynn is going to be passing out an amendment prepared by DOER for us to consider a different way of approaching this to coordinate with a study they're doing. So I'd like to have you take a look at it and see if you want to discuss it tonight, since some of you, especially the Republicans, are just seeing this. If you want to discuss this tonight or take it up at the next work session.
You won't be here.
The next work session, then I'm here. What's that? Yes, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Ms. Colin already got an hour's overtime after 5 and earned a meal ticket, I would just assume we wait and talk about this next time you're
Okay.
available.
So that means I would expect a little bit of open-mindedness on your side to take a serious look at this. Because it's a study that DOER is currently doing. And I think Representative McIntyre mentioned that.
We'll even try to read it while we're away.
Okay. So since everybody got this, please take a look at it. I learned after the last work session, the DOER has actually hired a consulting group, Banyan, is that it, the name of it? That has looked at private financing for energy projects. And now they've asked them to also look at public financing options. So that's what they're talking about here. Okay, and it's not run by Kenny Banyan from Seinfeld. It's spelled differently. Okay. Any questions? Okay, we'll have a motion beginning with a T regarding this bill. Representative Kessler?
Motion to tango.
Okay. Representative Foster?
I second tape.
Okay.
Second that.
All those in favor? Okay, we're done for this evening and we are Tuesday next week and Thursday next week.